Sorry, I couldn't see the scroll bar for Google Docs because it was behind the little arrow to show the side panel. So I was going to scroll to the bottom of the document, but I couldn't see it because it was behind the element. Clever. "7:48 in the dawn on September 27th, 2024. Ongoing notes for DOA-13110- Loud. Very. I have no control over the auto gain of my microphone. timestamp 10935. It's not like the physical earth grew from the center like a tree and stretched out and then eventually got to the surface of the water of the pond. No, the spirit's first objective was to make a turd that would float. The spirit's first objective was to make a physical thing that would stay partially submerged in what we call physical water and partially submerged in what we call air in relatively stable, equal parts. So it has to be a turd that floats but sinks a little. Because the other option would be to believe that we had to create so much physical matter that it simply grew up and out and surpassed the water level. Which would be to imply that the Earth area is a bunch of water that's being held in place because of the whooshing of the thin water that you call air, that's being held in place by the whooshing of the thinner water that you call outer space. like uh like a Russian doll centripetal force domino effect that creates the illusion of physicality. So it's possible we could have accidentally or on purpose created land masses that stay underwater, and then we would have been snorks. We would have been SpongeBob bikini bottoms. We would have been finding Nemo, swimming through the coral reefs and shipwrecks, or through a physical Earth that was underwater. Maybe we should go to Skyloft. So the messenger says that the insects are doing the same thing the plants are doing. So plants have a spine Bees probably have a spine. Persons with opposable thumbs have a spine. So we are all glass eels. We are all elvers. We are all elvers. 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 You had it right the second time before with the A. Alvers. Alvers fish. Alver fish. Ridiculous. Imagine for a second that um, your brain doesn't control things, your mind does, and your mind isn't your brain, but that all your chakras are minds. So all your chakras are minds, minds, minds. But what if your spine is like the Aladdin magic carpet? What if the spine is kind of like the stable piece of land upon which you can build the chakras? The plants all need a spine. The bees and bugs all need a spine. The butterflies, the squirrels, the mosquitoes, persons with opposable thumbs need a spine. It connects the vital organs. It's the common organ that connects all the organs. The spine is the water snake, is the magic carpet. So it's a piece of water that's acting in uniform nature so that other pieces of water have a blueprint that they can depend on. But it's still box fan, hubcap, double tractor trailer, 3-lane highway. So the bees take stuff out of the top of the flower. Or the fruit area. The insects go to the fruit area. Some of them eat the leaves. Some of them eat the wood. And ma, I not ma. Does that mean the animal's not bad, or the people aren't animals, so they're not bad? Hmm. 5-year-old will tell you that if you're 30, you're a very old person. And a 17-year-old will tell you that if you're 60, that you're a very old person. So the neckbeard caveman convinced everybody to think it was cool to act like 5-year-olds. So they would look up to 30-year-olds and not notice the 60-year-olds stealing all of their asset and influence, stealing all of their blood, sweat, and tears, stealing all of their potential, stealing all of their clout, stealing all of their gifts and talents. They have everybody repeating the first grade so that you look up to second graders and you never graduate high school. Sophisticated cavemen. Mhm. If your roaming tribe comes across another roaming tribe and you don't speak the same language, you can still rub your belly to show that you're hungry, or you can put your hand over your eyes to show that the sun is in your eyes, or you can smile and wave, but that might mean something different in their language. But the tinker tailor soldier, the tinker tailor soldier, the jack of all trades, the one that can rub their belly and not spook anybody and communicate well without having the language barrier be the deal breaker. That's the person that gets to be in charge. So the neckbeard caveman developed a system where they didn't need to cede authority to the tinker tailor. The tinker tailor got put in the back seat because of the great leveler. The great leveler, the projectile launcher, items of mass or instant harm. We've already gone over the thing where it used to be survival of the fittest, which meant that you respected the baker and the plumber, and you respected the strong man, and the strong man respected the weak person too. But once the great leveler came around, there didn't need to be a strong man because everybody felt that they could become strong if they had the projectile launcher. So nobody put any stock in the strong man because they didn't need it because they had an inanimate object that could replace the intimidation and fear and fierceness that a strong man could exhibit. So what I'm saying is that even though there would be someone among your tribe or your family that could communicate with the other tribe or family that didn't speak the same language and make sure the peace was kept, there was another way to keep the peace, and that was if you come in guns cocked, if you come in armed to the teeth, then everyone in the other tribe has to either have more firepower or has to cede authority. And then it doesn't matter whether you rub your belly or you're hungry or whether you speak the same language, because you use multiple copies of the Great Leveler to end the conversation. The negotiations were short. So once the David and Goliath situation was settled, and the Neckbeard caveman knew that they could win every argument, even if they didn't have the strongest argument, simply by having the most firepower, that's when um, freedom and democracy died. That's when free will died. That's when individuality died. Because then everyone had to act a certain way so that they didn't end up on the other end of the barrel, on the other end of the drum, and get beaten. The greater point being made is that we could elect leaders, not BLEATERS. A bleating goat, a goat that bleats. Anyway, we could elect people or elect to make sure people are in leadership that can be the Tinker Tailor, that can be the Rodman Trump that visits the Kim, can be the peacemaker, can know that you can solve any situation if you're given the opportunity, if you're given the means, if you're given the resources. So even though we could elect leaders that are good at what they do, instead, the Neckbeard cavemen don't have to worry about whether or not they have a good negotiator, because they have the Great Leveler, and that does negotiating for them, so they win every argument. So that's when having a negotiator or a philosopher or a round table person, a person that can level with you, a person that can talk you down at the end of a Criminal Minds episode, a mentalist. They don't need mentalists because they just say it's my mind or the high mind, and the high mind is up in a tree. They hang you, physically or mentally, whichever is necessary. If you don't play ball, you get the rope. If you don't play catch, you don't. So perhaps we should be challenging ourselves instead to stop using cop-outs literally. Stop using cop-outs literally. If somebody calls the policy enforcers and says, I'm having a conflict with my significant other, maybe you can talk to them on the phone and explain the situation and say, well, um, you could go and have a physical altercation with Shooter McGavin, but it would just be more work for the blonde lady. So a lot of those situations where people um, put on the sirens so that they can get paid for responding to the call, a lot of those situations could be resolved over the phone. The only time the sirens should go on is if time is of the essence and somebody's in danger, not just because you're responding to a call. But if you could talk to them both on the phone, if you got a call at a station about an argument between a married couple, and you could call them both on the phone and have them both on the phone and have someone physically responding, you could know the situation and respond to the situation in real time on multiple fronts and have it resolved in no time. Resolved, not addressed, resolved. And that's what I'm saying about the great negotiator, the mentalist, the tinker tailor, the person that's the jack of all trades that can speak to the tribe without knowing their language. Bonnie Way. Timestamp 12757. So dog years, yada yada. Uh, Animalistic mentality has a shorter shelf life than angelic mentality. Therefore, if you're chock full of animalistic or lesser animal mentalities, that means you have to constantly restock. And that means that you're kind of a cobblestone stone soup of not you-ness when you could have made yourself out of a bunch of cohesiveness. So that's where the keep coming back. It works with your work, it comes in because it's kind of like the Swiffer. You have to keep getting the refills for the Swiffer. You have to keep getting the refills for the Airwick. You have to keep recharging your battery on your phone. You have to keep paying your Netflix. You have to put another log in the wood stove. It's not in you, it's on you, or you'll have it in a second. It's not in you, it's with you. It's in your back pocket. So if you always need something to be in your possession, if you can't eat your own pie, white man from town, then you always need to go to the store to pick up somebody else's sweet potato pie. Because if you're constantly making who you are, spirits eat thoughts, so you are what you eat. Spirits eat thoughts, so you are what you eat. So who you are physically is a representation of who you are mentally. So if you built your mind or your parents built your mind out of animalistic mentalities, then that means that you must constantly feel like you don't know who you are anymore and you have to reinvent yourself and retool yourself. Like when you try to recycle plastic, but you can only recycle it into certain things because it doesn't melt down and stick together the same way it did the first time. So basically, you built your body out of a bunch of popped cherries. So they can stick around for a while and you can pretend that they're not popped, but you're 90% popped cherries. So you just constantly are looking for ways to feel whole. So what becomes of this is that what you consider you changes over time. It changes with trends. You have to follow the current. What what makes you is dictated by society or it's dictated by yourself. So if you are made up of a lot of dog mentalities, put them on a leash and give them some wings. Talking about Stella. Notes for ARK.14204.071823. We're talking about Stella, and the stellium makes you focus more on a specific life area, or it causes extreme indecisiveness. Like if you were partway through a road trip and you had a check engine light, you'd be like, should I stop? What if the mechanic is a ripoff? Should I call somebody and ask them if they know a mechanic I can trust nearby? Should I just go to a dealership? Should I risk going to the next major town? Should I head back? Should I stay put? Should I call AAA and pay over the phone with my debit card? Question mark. Maybe use this time to go through your glove box or call everybody in. If you've got hate in your heart, you need to let it out or it will eat you up from inside. And if you've got extra indecisiveness, compliments of Stella, then you could just use it to wander around aimlessly and not get anything done because you can't focus. Or you could use it to do spring cleaning, or knowing that you can't get any work done in the office or at the home, you could go for a walk or travel. Or you could just give up and watch a show or movie. And then forgive yourself for not being able to be a two-winged instrument. But the important thing is that you ground your indecisiveness in the TV show, movie, walk, drive, spring cleaning. The important thing is that you do something with it, that you don't let it just make 8 hours of the day go by and nothing got done. Sometimes when Stella shows up unexpectedly and pops in, you might have been just about to go to the movies with a friend, but maybe you didn't want to tell them because then they'd want to go too. And you know they don't like your friend. So you text your friend and tell them we're going to have to catch a later film because you have to shake off this tail called Stella. So if you know you've got indecisiveness energies, you know what to do. The worst thing you could do is panic and let Stella know that you're in a hurry to get her out the door so that you can move on, but you don't want to tell her why. So the worst thing you can do is just sort of stand around and engage in small talk and then act like you're at a impasse, but you don't know where you're going to go or what you're going to do. Maybe Stella will invite you to go somewhere with Stella, or maybe Stella will just sit down and decide to order a pizza and you can hang out at your house with Stella and her pizza. That's the worst thing you can do. If you know there's indecisiveness energy, you have to use it wisely. So you have to put Stella to work. You have to figure out what Stella's up to and find a way to interact with that, or find something that the two of you can complete a project together that doesn't take very long, and then get that feeling of completedness and then be like, what's next? Or you could just grow a pair and say, hey Stella, I'm going to the movies with Gwen. And Stella can say, oh, well, I'll let you go. And then you can feel all awkward because you know Stella doesn't like Gwen. And then you can get over it and go to the movies and not waste a bunch of time bullshitting and small talking. If you've got a stellium going on, you could play devil's advocate. You could look at all of your sure things and kick the tires and see if you can talk yourself out of a practice or habit or ritual, and see if you can re ante up, re justify all of your habits or rituals or routines. And then if you go through and find that they're all good except for one, then the time wasn't wasted. You could use indecisiveness energy to revisit things that you already can't decide about and see if you can play devil's advocate about the things that you already can't take action on because you had tabled them because of things that were still up in the air. You can use the time when you're got indecisiveness goggles. When you have indecisiveness goggles will allow you to see your previously set in stone indecisions, or maybe your previously set in stone core beliefs in a new light. Because when you're decisive, your wave collapsed, but when you're indecisive, things can go either way. So it's a great opportunity to kick the tires and question your own authority. Don't question others' authority without just cause, unless it is at your own risk. A stellium could enable your indecisiveness goggles to let you see where you went horribly wrong in several ways. So Try not to get too sad. Hmm. Hmm. We were talking about how if you have too many animalistic mentalities, you are inherently animalistic or lesser animal or less civilized. Also, if you think um, that I'll go out tonight dressed in blue, buy the book tonight, this is how I'll go out tonight, but I don't need a book. No. If you if you look for your character in your heart, if you it's what is it? It's a intimate character expression. So if you look for your footprints in the sand, if you look for your sentiment in expressions, then it's already been Callahan name wave collapsed. So if you happen to stumble across a limited sentiment character expression, if you happen to come across a biased expression of a sentiment or a character based on a sentiment, like Joseph in the Bible, then you might get a biased interpretation of what the sentiment was upon which the character was, upon which the expression was, what the character did in the story. So things like the Bible or short stories, fictions, parables, true stories, anything that is remained relevant or popular or propaganda, popular culture, cult, cultivate, call the herd. If you don't look into your heart to find out what your sentiment is and then use that to build your character and then express yourself based on that, if you look for Emmanuel in the Bible, if you make a manual out of the Bible, then you might try to be like Jesus or Joseph or Mary. And when you can't do it, or when it's not right for you, you might feel like you're a Judas. It's sentiment character expression. So that means that these are toy boat versions. These are collapsed wave versions. It's like looking at a newborn and saying you're definitely going to be a psychologist and you will never be a fireman right after the baby comes out of the womb. But we don't know what to do. We just bit the apple and we need to clothe ourselves. And that's the problem. The neckbeard caveman give us all sorts of expressions for characters, biased characters, based on sentiments that were purposely taken the wrong way. They put a governor on the go-kart so that it would only go in the speed range that they wanted it to go. And then they just threw the rock and hid their hand and said um, that the birthmarks had always sort of been there. Mm, 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 Nonverbal expression isn't a language that Google voice typing. Uh, well, they had a memorable band name. Hey Google, Who sings that song? Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, definitely doesn't speak nonverbal.
MMM was recorded by the Crash Test Dummies.
Goodness gracious. Don't be a crash test dummy. Buckle your mind safety belt. Always eat your own pie, white man from town. Well, I can't see. Hey, dumbasses. Imagine for a moment what would happen if the Federal Reserve Bank just didn't make any more quarters and didn't ink any more dollar bills. What would happen? What would happen if the Federal Reserve Bank didn't make any more money and then when dollar bills got ratty and ripped, no one would accept them and people had to throw them away? And then there would just be less dollar bills. And $100 bill and a $1 bill would both deteriorate at the same rate. So that means that the meek would inherit that earth because a poor man and a rich man could lose all of their money, and the poor man would still have the shirt on their back, and the rich man would have debts to pay. So imagine for a minute what would happen if the Federal Reserve Bank didn't print any more money. They didn't melt any more metals and create any more coins, and they just let the currency get discarded as it became non-viable. And then they obviously would just switch everybody to zeros and ones and digital money, and everybody would have to get a debit card and a piece of plastic, and coins would go out of style, which is probably what they're going to do anyway. But in the interim, it would become painfully obvious that as the money supply tightened, as dollar bills deteriorated, the coins would be worth more. You could actually buy a bottle of nickel nip because at least the dime is a resource that could be reused. A resource that could be reused. It seems kind of backwards that the coins, the change, the 99 cents, those are the materials that can be reused. But the dollar bills, the $100 bills, those are the things that readily deteriorate and need to be replaced. And it costs more to make a penny than a penny is worth. And we have to keep printing new money. How does that make any sense to you that when old dollar bills and $100 bills get old and ratty, they just sort of do the Steven Seagal plane on top of plane thing. They just get the two train cars next to each other and they say, okay, old dollar bill self-destruct. Okay, new dollar bill take the place of the old dollar bill. How does new dollar bill take the place of the old dollar bill? How does that make any sense? How does that make any sense at all? Question mark. What if your dog died and someone just got you a new parrot? What if your mom died and someone just got you a new mom? Do you think anybody would notice? Question mark. So if nobody printed any more money, then coins would end up being worth more than $100 bill because $100 bill and a dollar bill would eventually be valued as the same because it's essentially if you had two birch trees and an apple tree, the apple tree can feed you and the birch tree can make a piece of furniture. So it really depends on your priorities. The apple tree will make apples next year and the year after that, unless it gets struck by lightning. The birch tree is just a fucking tree. You can cut it down and make something with it, and then you don't have that shade. What if you instead you cut a branch off of the birch tree and made a small object with it and wished the birch tree well, and then waited for the birch tree to grow at least two new branches the same size as the branch that you took away, and you wished the tree well, and then you took one branch, and then the second time you waited until four branches grew back, the same as the one that you took away. And then you would need a lot of birch trees to do very small amounts of work. But it takes a long time to grow a birch tree. It mustn't take very long to grow a pine tree. Otherwise, they wouldn't have picked pine trees to be the Christmas tree. So $100 bill and a dollar bill are kind of like the birch tree, and the nickels and dimes and pennies are kind of like the apple tree because you can squish a penny on the railroad tracks, and then you can use that penny to open up packages, or you can use it as a letter opener, or you could put it on something else and turn it into a cutting tool. You can't do a damn thing with a dollar. But the first point being made is that money itself, if we stopped printing money, stopped maintaining money, stopped regulating the money supply, if we just let the chips fall where they may, eventually money would just be another physical object that would become scarce. And then how would it become more valuable just because it was more scarce? A nickel would only become more valuable than a dollar if people continued to use it. But who would continue to use fiat currency after it was taken off of the gold standard? Who would do that? Citizens trusting their government. Citizens trusting their government. Who in their right mind would say we're going to use the same fiat currency that was backed by gold, only now it's not backed by gold, it's just backed by imagination? Who would do that? It's a pie for a rye, a jam for a yam. That's my slam. Anything else is a scam. Scenario K. You and Kyle get into it again about some personal matter that doesn't involve work while you're on the clock. And then you and Kyle stop talking to each other outside of work, but you still have to work with each other. So you just avoid each other. And scene. So your coworkers, your other coworkers know that you and Kyle used to get along and then something happened and now you don't get along. So now you're just somebody that you used to know. So they're aware of the situation and they're aware that you don't directly let it affect your work for the most part, but that there's a tension between those two employees, those two individuals, those two former associates. So the coworkers are aware of the situation. Animism takes place. The situation has its own life. It's the situation. It's the Kyle and Ted situation. So it's not hurting anybody, but it's not assisting anybody either. So everyone just knows about the situation, and they might think about the situation when they see Ted, and they might think about the situation when they see Kyle. And maybe Kyle took it a little personally and Ted just moved on and tried to keep to Ted's self. So maybe the other coworkers have an attitude like Ted is being more mature and that Kyle is being a little bitch about the situation. So this can affect all sorts of things like when the manager goes to hire somebody, where they put them in the business could be different. When they decide to fire somebody, it might be based on whether or not Kyle is going to be a whiny little bitch or whether or not Ted will just take his handle box and go. But there's a third element. There's the element of when all the other coworkers are working and Ted and Kyle aren't there, or when all the other coworkers are working and Ted is there or and Kyle isn't there, or Kyle is there and Ted isn't there. There's three different environments. There's the when they're not working and we can just be ourselves. And then there's when one of them's working, do they just fit in like Ted and we can have a great day? Or is it like when Kyle's working and Ted's not working, and Kyle's like, oh, I hope Ted doesn't show up. I'm recovering from having to spend time with Ted yesterday. I'm in a bad mood. And then if Ted's working and Kyle shows up, the tone of the environment might change. Maybe Kyle comes to get his keys or his shoes while Ted's working. And then afterwards, when Kyle leaves, somebody says something. And then Kyle comes back and says, what did you say? And then it becomes a big deal because someone made a little joke about Kyle being a little bitch about not being friends with Ted anymore. And then somebody's joke turns into a complaint. And then the manager has to have a meeting. So not only does Ted have to hit the alarm clock and think, oh no, today's shift I have to work with Kyle, but other coworkers might be like, oh, this is Tuesday. That means that Kyle and Ted are working, so I better bring my headphones. So Kyle and Ted might not be cognizant of the fact that other coworkers are taking into account their little spat. Kyle and Ted might not even have the foggiest idea of the impressions that others have of them or their interactions. A stellium might be the day that Ted and Kyle have to work on a project together in front of stranger customers. And they have to smile and get along because they're both workers at the employment place. And it doesn't matter whether they like each other or not. They're short staffed and they're the only two people that can do it. And they have to do it with each other all day long. So they'll have plenty of walk in at the rec center to suddenly decide if they want to escalate or de-escalate. So a stellium is like, you won't talk? All right, I'll give you something to talk about. Thanks, Stella. Some people might think that Ted and Kyle should just bury the hatchet, but sometimes one party just freezes up and refuses to participate in the proceedings. So it may be that Kyle just doesn't want to be wrong, and Ted wants Kyle to hear Ted out about the reason that they split. And Kyle just can't afford to be wrong. So Kyle refuses to let the wound heal out of spite, out of pride. And Ted might be resentful about the fact that the conflict can't be resolved. So that causes a wound for Ted that Ted doesn't need because Ted wants the conflict to be resolved. So that's what the neckbeard caveman do. They pick winners and losers. They pick Davids and Goliaths with their great leveler, money. And then the best man for the job is the one that needs the money, the one that wants the money, the one that somebody thinks deserves the money, the one that earned the money. When the neckbeard cavemen are in charge, the tinker tailor can't find work. The liberal arts degree can't find work. I'm a philosopher. The pay is shit, but the views are spectacular. The neckbeard caveman made it so that if you want to be the guy that talks down the bad guy at the end of the Criminal Minds episode, simply because you know you're really good at it, or if you want to be the hammer guy because you can hammer good, or you want to be the saw guy because you can saw wood good. The neckbeard caveman, they figure out what everybody wants, and then they say that there's so much to do at Cartman Land, but you can't come. And then they make you pay. So it's just carrot and stick. It's always carrot and stick. There is need and there is address. And if we kept it as simple as that, then there'd be world peace in a day. But the middleman called money says that in order to have address, you need money. And then they just create 10,000 needs that drown out people's actual needs. But Ted and Kyle don't need to leave the conflict unresolved. Ted might go on anxiety or depression medication because he doesn't understand why Kyle doesn't want to resolve the situation. And Kyle might do cocaine or drink alcohol, or maybe 5-hour energy and lots of Mountain Dew. But the conflict between Kyle and Tim, it's two different animals. Kyle has a tiger and Tim has a lamb. So now if Tim and Kyle get a different job somewhere else, or they go to a public event, or they have common associates, it's going to make waves. And now Kyle doesn't give a shit. Kyle doesn't give a shit. Now Tim might decide not to stray too far from the sidewalks. Now Tim might decide not to go to the office party. Now Tim might decide that they're a homebody. Now Tim might decide that they're going to be a Democrat or a Republican based solely on a stupid little spat with a coworker that they barely knew and used to play Xbox with. But at some point, Tim could have just told Kyle to fuck off in front of everybody and then gotten written up by their supervisor and said, well, Kyle's a fucking asshole. And if he pisses me off again, I might say fuck off again on the clock. And your manager can say, well, if you do, I might have to terminate your employment. And then Tim can be like, well, all right. But if Tim never tells off Kyle, then Tim might go on antidepressants and not be able to obtain climax. Brand name Paxil. Over time, Kyle is going to continue to be an antisocial personality disorder narcissist, psychopath. And over time, Tim might become a recluse, or he might become careless, or he might lose himself in a relationship with a person, place, or thing that helps him mentally exit the hell that is having unresolved matters that he has no control over resolving because the ball is in somebody else's court and they took their ball and they went home. And what fun is it to go to work for an employer when you partly resent going to work because you have to deal with bullcrap as a third party or as Kyle or Tim? Who wants to go to work? Why can't you just go to work and it be about work? Why does it have to be about Kyle? Everybody listening to my words right now knows one coworker that should have been fired a long time ago, but never is ever fired. If you work in a toxic workplace, what are you to do? You have to provide for your family. You have to put a roof over your head. You have to make ends meet. But that doesn't mean you can't actively say that ain't right and actively say, if that isn't addressed, I will start looking for another place to gain asset and influence with which I can obtain food and shelter. We're at timestamp 3511. This all spurned from the skeleton of the basic analogy where you you go a different route to avoid running into somebody. You purposely deviate from your routine or you modify your routine in order to avoid an unresolved conflict being brought to the forefront or to avoid interacting with somebody with which you have an unresolved conflict. The point the messenger is making is that this evasive behavior itself becomes a character. It takes on a life of its own. So it's kind of like if you were the hamburglar and then you decided not to be the hamburglar anymore, but you kept wearing the bandana over your eyes. You just become an evasive person. You become a person that tries to fake a left. It becomes part of your personality. You embrace it. It's a coping mechanism for one situation to deal with Kyle, to avoid running into a person that you don't want to have a 15-minute conversation on the side of the road when you're in a hurry and they just won't let you go. When you don't want to answer the phone because you know your aunt or your grandmother is going to keep you on the phone for an hour and a half and you've got stuff you need to get done and you can't get anything done on your phone because it's a rotary phone and it's got a squiggly pigtail cord that reaches 20 feet, but you still have to hold it with your arm or your hand. So when you take on um, sentiment, character expression, when you own your Joseph, when you decide that you're just a person that goes a certain way and why, goes a certain way and why. This is the important part. You're not just living your life. You're not just getting from point A to point B. You're specifically going a specific way because of not. You're specifically going a certain way because of anti. You're specifically going a specific way because of something you don't like, because of something you're trying to avoid, because of something bad, because of something negative, because of something you want less of. So then, sentiment, character, expression, you make an animal out of having to have a hack for everything and everything having to be a hack. The way you make a grilled cheese sandwich, the way you go to the bathroom, the way you drive to the store, It always has to have a specific hack to it, but more specifically, and my point being that it's a hack that's based around a character of avoiding bad, of avoiding no, of avoiding don't. So you base all of your decisions eventually on uh, it's only 100 calories. It's only 15 minutes. It's everything's based around avoiding something bad. It's a good deal. It doesn't cost too much. And then look at how that spills into regular life. It's a great deal. It's on sale. I have to get it now because it's going to cost more tomorrow. Mentally, you feel like all your decisions have to be avoiding something bad. So you have to get the bananas because they're 49 cents a pound, and tomorrow they're going to be 69 cents a pound. And that would be bad. You have to get the low price to avoid the high price. You have to get the Rent-A-Center laptop now so you can avoid not having a laptop later. Everything has to be to avoid doing something. Rent-A-Center laptop avoids having to pay the $1,700 outright and still get the laptop. So not running into someone you don't want to run into by going a different way doesn't guarantee that you're not going to run into them if they also go that different way. So you're only you're only deviating your behavior on the chance that it will be successful most of the time. So I guess if your light switch worked 80% of the time, you might shrug it off, but you might mention it quite often. If your toilet flusher required a second handle push 20% of the time, you might not call a plumber right away, but you might mention it often. So then your behavior becomes less intention behavior. I'm getting out the bread to make a sandwich. And your behavior actually, all of your behavior becomes dictated around things not happening. Like I don't go to the grocery store because I might buy bread. I don't go for a walk because I might hear a dog barking. I don't stand for long periods of time because my ankles might get sore. Everything you do has to be because you're avoiding a negative consequence. And then you only actively look for activities that avoid a negative consequence. So there has to be comfy chairs at the theater. You you come to enjoy having an excuse to get out of things. It becomes part of your personality. Just because you wanted to avoid passing by someone you didn't like in the hallway on your way to the bathroom, you become a person that enjoys finding excuses to get out of things. It's the only thing that makes you happy. It's the only thing that brings you contentment is that feeling of it's not even satisfaction. It's that feeling of excitement of knowing that you might not run into somebody in the hallway, that you might not see somebody if you go to the other Starbucks that you didn't want to see. deadpan, black comedy. Patton Oswalt. consequently, the individual that doesn't ever want to go unless it's a slam dunk, or they don't want to try to put together a puzzle if they don't have the cover. If somebody doesn't want to go to the office party if there's a chance that Kyle will be there, it basically makes people look for dumb solutions. It makes people favor dumb knowledge. So if there's smart people that say, whether I like them or not, I'm going to show up for work every day, and I'm going to go down the hallway to the bathroom, and I'm going to go to the office party, and I'm going to wave and say hi and make eye contact. Those people will have different animals. And perhaps Kyle or Tim, with Tim's Paxil and Kyle's Southern Comfort. So that means that other people that don't look for hack solutions, other people that don't automatically rule things out because they're not slam dunks, other people that don't try to buy the bananas because they're on sale, they buy the because they want fucking bananas, for fuck's sake. Individuals that actually live with intent and action and not intent built into reaction. Like Ted, Kyle doesn't give a shit. Kyle doesn't give a shit. Ted gives a shit. Anyway, individuals that don't limit themselves in the described way are able to understand more complicated knowledge, attain higher intelligence, and more importantly, if a baker knows how to bake food for people, they could probably figure out how to bake food for dogs. If a carpenter can build a house, they could probably figure out how to build birdhouses. So if you're built on hack intelligence, then you'll be like you can't find your way out of a wet paper bag. And if you aren't limited, then you may be able to resolve situations even if you haven't encountered them before. So when the neckbeard caveman makes sure that everyone stays mentally in the first grade so that they can rule everybody at a second grade level and make it seem like 12th graders are gods, and make it seem like 12th graders are gods, and make it seem like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Gates and Elon Musk are gods. When the neckbeard caveman create the false illusion that very rich people or Neil deGrasse Tyson are exalted, it's only believable at a first grade level. It's only believable when you think that your second grade leadership is in 12th grade. So it's like you've got rose colored glasses on. So dumb people breed dumb people. And when you make dumb reasons to do things like not going to the office party because you might run into Kyle, you prefer dumb knowledge over smart knowledge. And then over time, entire societies go back to caveman days. And then they just try to eat, fuck, and sleep or get their food and shelter in the simplest, most foolproof, no brainer kind of way. And then the neckbeard caveman cater to that stuff with sleeves that you can put into your toaster to make a grilled cheese in your toaster. Rent-a-center, microwaves, TV dinners. So convenience has a cost, and the cost is the slowing down of progress of all kind on Earth. No one can graduate high school if they don't know they're only in the first grade. Furthermore, these idiots decide that they can tout their life hacks, their ways to game the system, their ways to make convenience be more convenient so that they have to not lift a finger. The more pet rocks and slap bracelets that are made popular, it thins out the intelligence pool and it makes dumb things seem smart. And then it makes people irritated or confused by very intelligent things. It makes people not want to put together the IKEA furniture the moment they look at the instructions. So they just want one that's already put together or one that snapped together, or they want someone else to do it for them. So then the neckbeard caveman, they give you all three. They give you one that's already put together, they give you one that snaps together, and they give you a number you can call where you can talk to a Nintendo professional and they can give you tips on how to beat Super Mario Brothers. Just call 1-800. It's on the bottom of your Nintendo Entertainment System. And again, animalistic mentalities have a shorter shelf life than angelic mentalities, so they require replenishing constantly. And when you get that feeling of you're not you anymore, or like you need to re-up, or you need to replenish, and the neckbeard caveman have the 10,000 things ready for you, you feel like you need them. You feel like you need government. You feel like you need products and services that you don't actually need. You feel like you need to be catered to in ways that are unnecessary or frivolous. Furthermore, when you don't stock your body and your mind with angelic thoughts and feelings, and you have a bunch of animalistic thoughts and feelings that have a shorter shelf life, that means that you're experiencing birth, life, and death all the time. But you might be experiencing significant deaths more frequently when you can't make fetch happen, when peanut butter jelly time just isn't doing it for you today. So that just makes people that harbor mostly animalistic mentalities feel frustrated all the time, depressed, or feel like they're going through a midlife crisis every few months when they have to restock their crude dung beetle mentalities. Dung beetle, scarab, cancer. So if you put your spirit in your root chakra, you might feel down in the dumps. And if you put your spirit in your crown chakra, you might think that your king should have turned island. And if you put your spirit in your solar plexus, you might get a stomach ache. If you put your spirit and your solar plexus and you place it in your root chakra, you can melt some metals. And if you take your spirit and your solar plexus and you put it in your crown chakra, You can melt some minds, you can melt some mentalities, you can melt some worldviews and melt them down, and then we'll have to decide what we reshape them and reform them into. Or we can let Stella decide for us. Hmm. Timestamp 5551. Confirmation again that we can't create a new form unless all spirits agree to it. There can't be a single holdout. So if we can't even get everyone in a country to agree to something, if we can't get everyone on Earth to agree to something that we know of, not even counting tribes that haven't been contacted, or spirits and kitty cats and spiders, the only way we could get all spirits to agree on something would be if we were all in one area. And the only way that can take place is if someone hits the red button. Because even if all the persons with opposable thumbs got together on Zoom and agreed, or is it okay to let the lesser forms ride on the coattails? Theoretically, if we got all persons with opposable thumbs on Zoom, we could all agree to make new forms with new nutsacks and new kneecaps, but we'd still have to do the tool video hand pull. We'd still all have to jump into the volcano at the same time. We'd still all have to become spirits, not in bodies, at the same time, or at least 97% of us would have to in order to create the new wave. I wonder what it would look like. We're never going to know because you can't even get the Democrats and the Republicans to reach across the aisle. We're never going to know because atheists made a religion out of spitefully disagreeing with another person's religion. We're never going to know because men and women can't agree on anything. So maybe the neckbeard caveman strategy was, since we can't ask everybody to kindly come to an agreement on creating a new form, maybe they're trying to do it by force. So it's like ride the snake, put the metal things on the eyeballs so you can't close your eyeballs. There's no way the neckbeard caveman could, under duress, force everybody to create new forms or to agree to something. It would be under duress. And it seems not feasible to get all persons, all spirits and minds and bodies with opposable thumbs. It seems not feasible to get everybody to agree to something on a massive scale, except I don't know, did we all agree on women's suffrage? Did we all agree on a woman's right to vote? Did we all agree that a woman has a right to cast ballots on matters which directly affect their life, regardless of whether or not they're a woman? Nobody's trying to repeal women's suffrage because everyone on earth agrees that everybody deserves a right to have a say in matters which affect them, which to stupid people translates to being able to vote. But at some point, voting became popular and women just didn't do it because it was stupid. And then the men made the women do it and they called it giving them a right, but it was actually giving them a responsibility. And history was written by winners. They can say whatever they want. Why do you think you have to buy a new textbook every single year? It's 1984 all over again. Everything goes in the memory hole. Science fiction is reality to an extent. In fact, science fiction masks the extent to which science fiction mimics reality. Science fiction is kind of like a straw dog, a scarecrow, Frank's green curtain on The Wizard of Oz that makes people are like, oh no, those cookies aren't doing that. They're not looking through the camera on your phone. They're not listening through the microphone on your smartphone. They're not using the metadata to tell daddy that daughter's pregnant before daughter knows that they're pregnant, because they use metadata to figure out what mood they were in and what kind of colors they were looking at on a website, and they could tell that a girl was pregnant before the girl knew that they were pregnant based on their mannerisms. Basically being digitally psychic. It's a tool, it's not a skill. It's a tool. Uh, oh, there and what kind of colors they were looking. Theoretically, if I clicked live and I went back, at on the website, and they could tell that the girl was pregnant before the girl knew that they were pregnant based on their mannerisms. Basically being digitally psychic. It's a tool. It's not a skill. It's a tool. And it was at that point that I realized that Google voice typing had stopped, and then I used the YouTube live stream to rewind and catch that thought. Every now and then, a segment will fall on the floor, and Lewis Black catches it for a segment that we call MIDI version of AC/DC's Back in Black. So the system is working as expected and as intended. My DSL is holding up. I was able to rewind my live stream and get the thought that Google and Alphabet tried to steal by being incompetent and making the voice typing cease to operate mid sentence while I was talking to it, because this is a $50 budget smartphone from a big box store, and it wasn't fit for a particular purpose and was obsolete the moment I took it out of the package. And the smartphone is the best selling consumer device in history, and there's no proper path for disposal of the lithium ion battery containing devices called smartphones. If you can't drop a smartphone off for recycling at every grocery store and big box store in the heartland by September 28th, then that is a sin. September 28th, 2024, that is. I just think it's stupid that we allow this to happen. There's no proper path for recycling for obsolete smartphones, combined with Alphabet and Google marketing a 2023 smartphone that wasn't fit for a particular purpose before I took it out of the package, paired with I'm going to throw it in the trash. There's lithium ion batteries in landfills. It's a fire hazard. It can get into our drinking water. And then what do? They, when someone steals your identity, they offer you a free credit monitoring service. Oh, that's great. Oh, you let all the lithium ion battery containing devices pile up in landfills, in the water tables, on the side of the road, because you didn't give people a proper path for disposal of the most best-selling consumer device in history. And then what are they going to do? they're going to sell you water filters. They're going to sell you that guy that comes with the van and fixes your water softener. They're going to sell you bottled water. They're going to sell you all sorts of solutions for the problem that they caused. And they continue to allow being caused by refusing to have a proper path for disposal that doesn't involve taking a fucking smartphone to the transfer station and paying $25. Fuck that shit. I'm not a monkey. You're a monkey, Derek. Fucking Christ. Don't fuck with me. Google Alphabet employees like to put dog turds in their mouths and teeth on them and then kiss each other on their mouth with their dog shit lipstick covered lips. If they thought that it when it was just on the document, what do they think's going to happen now? Like, just give me a new phone that has enough memory so that I can properly dictate already. Yeah, I want, cyberspace. I'm sitting here talking about the fact that we can't make new forms because of a bunch of holdouts, mainly everyone on Earth, because they've been tricked. And I'm trying to talk to a phone that can't even tell time, can't even walk and chew gum at the same time. That was manufactured in 2023 by a big company called Alphabet Google that made a verb that means to search for things on the web, that controls my light bulbs. Okay, Google, turn all the lights on. Sorry, something went wrong controlling porch.
All right, turning on 9 lights. Sorry, it looks like porch isn't available right now.
Okay, Google, turn off all the lights. Okay, Google, recite the Phoenician alphabet.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K,
I guess we're Phoenician.
L, R, S, T,
I said recite, I didn't say sing.
Y, and Z. Now I know my ABC. Next time, won't you sing with me?
Maybe we should ask her if she can sing Happy Birthday. Is it okay to recite Charlotte's Web? So the live stream is essential now because the cell phone can't dictate text properly. And then when I get a better smartphone, it won't mess up as much and I'll still have the double redundancy built in. So sometimes going a different way to avoid running into the coworker can be good. And earlier in the lecture, sometimes being indecisive, you can use that indecisiveness. You can yoke the strength of the people on Robinhood. You can use indecisiveness to cut through your previous indecisiveness because you can get sick of being sick. Your indecisiveness glasses will be of a certain slant, and maybe some other previous indecisivenesses will still be blinding, but others might be like stick out like a sore thumb. And then what was the other thing? Things and stuff. Mhm. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. If you're going into work and you're thinking about Kyle or you're thinking about Tim, it doesn't matter whether you're Kyle or Tim. Regardless of whether or not you're aware of the Kyle Tim situation, you could just go into work and think about work. You don't need to paint it a specific color. Nonetheless, when you take it upon yourself to preemptively bias your day by saying it's Wednesday, I have to work out front, or it's Tuesday, Brad's not working today, so that means that I can't get a bathroom break for 3 hours because there isn't any coverage, and I just have to tie it in a knot and cross my legs and trust that I won't get a preventable physical injury or ailment due to draconian bathroom policies at every place of employment in the heartland. So, anyway, sometimes your associate or family member might say that they cut the fat off of their chicken breasts using a scissors instead of a steak knife. And then you might say, hey, that's a great idea. I'm going to implement that the next time I cut the fat off of a chicken breast. Or you could keep it to yourself and you could just do that the next time you cut a chicken breast. You don't need to tell anybody. But sometimes we are in a situation where maybe Kyle wants to borrow money, but he won't ask Tim. Or Tim has a question about the assignment, but he doesn't want to ask Kyle because of the Kyle Tim situation. And conversely, sometimes somebody else is being awesome and you don't want them to think you don't want them to get the wrong impression like you're trying to upstage their awesomeness by copying their awesomeness. So maybe you tone down your Chris Rock slap a little bit and just give a mean look, or you shout something from your seat instead of getting up and here is something you can't understand. How Will could just slap a man. So the problem with preemptively collapsing the wave is that you're going into work with Kyle Tim mind instead of going into work with an open mind or going into work with a work mind. It's kind of like going to the grocery store hungry. You might buy a bunch of junk food, but if you go to the grocery store hungry, you can just go get some hot, ready to eat food and then go eat it. And then afterwards, start your grocery shopping. But some people are those kind of people that will take 8 bags of groceries in all at once because they don't want to have to make 2 trips, even if it's not raining. And also, there's people that are so insane that even if they have someone else that can help them grab the bags, they say, no, I'm fine. And they grab the 8 bags themselves. And then they say, I did it all in one trip. And others are like, you didn't have to. You could have made 2 or 3 trips. Nobody was forcing you to shoulder that extra burden. You want to be careful not to base your refraining from expressing yourself solely or primarily on other people thinking that you got it from them, or that it's somehow a way of communicating a innuendo to them. It's okay to be aware that Kyle talking about the office party with a coworker might make Tim feel a little left out because he didn't go, but Tim decided not to go. That was his choice. So Kyle shouldn't feel like he is doing anything wrong by talking about having a good time at the office party just because Kyle wasn't there. But Kevin will still be aware, Kyle will still be aware that Tim is a little unnerved by the fact that he has no idea what they're talking about because he wasn't at the party. If you do not go, you cannot know. If you do not go, you cannot know. So when you go into many situations in your life with that not Tinker Tailor mode, when you go into a lot of situations in your life with that hack mode, with that avoid the bad thing mode, because of yourself, you never stray too far from the sidewalks, so you never go down the street, and then you never know that you've been down that road. You know exactly where it leads, and you know that's not exactly where you want to be. You never find out because you never go down any roads because you never leave the sidewalk out of an abundance of caution. But maybe it's not a caution, maybe it's just a chip on your shoulder because you don't think you did anything wrong and your name's Kyle, or because you think the other person should admit fault and you're Tim. And even though Kyle moved on and doesn't give a shit one way or the other, he's still aware of the circumstances. And even though Tim moved on and doesn't think about the situation all the time, it still affects their daily interactions. Kind of like people's fear of public speaking, or if I didn't live stream on YouTube because I thought I would look silly or people would make fun of me, or if people made fun of me and I stopped streaming. When you base your life choices on being everything to everyone, you don't end up with anything for yourself. And then you have to find a way to trick yourself into thinking that you are getting something for yourself, which just leads to you lying to yourself your entire life. Oh no, shadow work. Imagine not sharing the life hack about cutting the fat off of the chicken breasts with the scissors because you didn't want Kyle to hear it. Imagine not teaching because you wanted to pick and choose who learned something. Imagine being a nepotist piece of shit neckbeard caveman professional mason and try to tell people how to think and feel and tell people what to call the sun and tell people what to picture in their mind when they hear red ball skyscraper. Imagine having the chicken breast scissors fat cut life hack and wanting to hoard that information and have seminars and only teach people that you chose the secret knowledge and make them sign a love contract saying that they wouldn't tell anybody unless they had special permission from L. Ron Hubbard. So it's like nepotism on the micro level. Is that where the big nepotism came from? It's that spiteful feeling where you you just got home from the grocery store with a big sheet cake, and then someone by and stops to chat, and you have cake and ice cream, and you really want to eat it, but you wait until they leave so that you don't have to share the cake and ice cream with them, or that you don't have to offer it to them, even though you know that they would have rejected it. You just don't want, you want to be able to enjoy your cake and ice cream. And even though they don't eat cake and ice cream, you don't want to have to deal with that. So you just don't eat until they leave. That's what the neckbeard cavemen are doing. They're sitting in their cigar room, in their champagne room, hoarding all of the knowledge about the sun and the moon, and then letting us have little bits and pieces of the things that they can control because they're afraid if they unleash the floodgates that they would lose the reins. If we knew the truth about the sun and the moon, they're afraid that they wouldn't be able to continue to control the world. What is this nepotism on the micro level? Not wanting a coworker to benefit from, like, what if you had a joke to tell, but you didn't want to tell it because Kyle might find it funny and he might laugh, and then that would make you feel yucky because you don't like the fact that Kyle won't apologize for what he did wrong. Or what if when Kyle's talking about the office party, he gets to the really good part and he starts talking quieter because he doesn't want Tim to hear, because he doesn't think that Tim deserves to know. Or maybe there's simple parts that Tim could understand, but it's more of you kind of had to be there. So, out of respect for Tim, Kyle lowers his voice so that Tim can't hear that part about the events at the party. So, while Kyle thinks that he's doing Tim a favor because Tim doesn't want to be bothered, Tim knows that Kyle's lowering his voice specifically out of respect for Tim, which Tim perceives as disrespect, like some sort of a secretive members only situation. And then the neckbeard caveman, they make all of the facets of society revolve around there's so much to do at Cartman Land, but you can't come. They make everything revolve around freemium. Everything's based on a get people hooked and then make them pay model. Everything has to be a Swiffer refill. You can't just have a leather jacket that lasts a lifetime. Aforementioned choices may lead you to choose associates and family and friends based on how they help facilitate your avoiding no, avoiding not, avoiding don't. You may hold people of a higher esteem because they facilitate your coping mechanisms better, and you may be passed over by that talent scout or that promotion great opportunity because you were passed over because it didn't look like it was in your wheelhouse because you were judging people based on multiple criteria instead of just going to work to go to work, instead of just having a conversation with somebody based on the fact that they're a famous artist and not they're a Republican or they're wearing a pink shirt or they were introduced to you by Kyle. There could be somebody that could give you $1 million, and if Kyle introduces them to you, you could shake their hand in a certain way and make them give $1 million to somebody else. And you might never know, and it could be just because of the chip on your shoulder about Kyle introducing him to you. And so you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Don't cut off your nose to spite your face. Don't don't bring all 8 bags of groceries in one trip just because you don't want to give Kyle the opportunity to do anything that you might benefit from. Don't constantly make all your interactions have to have latent associations with trauma or trauma bonding or circumstances you lament or disdain. sometimes when you mind wise are going into work with a game plan to deal with Kyle, the people, your other coworkers, they may feel like you're treating them as objects or pillars or stones, or they may sense your aloofness or callousness, that you're um, working on a survival nature, and then maybe you'll come out of your shell, maybe you'll warm up later on in your shift, but when you come into work, bracing for the brunt of the limited interactions you must have with Kyle, then other coworkers might not bother to talk to you immediately. They might not greet you and say hi. They might expect you to keep your head down or to be gruff. So that affects the energy level of your coworkers. It affects the jovialness or the amicable nature of the environment in which you work, because people are ready for you to come in and dampen the day and then slowly warm up, instead of just come in and be a person that greets people, because you're going into situations treating people as chess pieces, and the only chess pieces you see with your tunnel vision when you come in is Kyle, and then you feel like that's the king and queen, and then the other ones are just sort of like spectators, and other coworkers can get the feeling that you don't value them, even though you're not directly trying to imply that, simply because you are disproportionately, in a negative way, valuing what matters to Kyle and what matters to you about Kyle, instead of just what matters about going to work. One view, watch time 0.0 hours. Eight impressions. How many times your thumbnails were shown to viewers? 8 times. Why? Average view duration, 1 minute and 13 seconds at 10:57 AM. Or was it at 7:52 AM? Make up your mind. Doesn't wanna tell me. Oh, I see. It was at 7:37 AM for 1 minute and 13 seconds, so that's definitely me. Or the switch flipper. I wasn't paying attention. Watch time, 100% not subscribed. Checks out. I'm not subscribed to myself. I am Spartacus. Hey Google, what's the temperature?
In Rockland, it's currently 67 degrees.
Heat wave. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just going to go way back on that. Yep. Pointless. You're such a good boy. Triplate. I remember to go back the same way I came so I could run into the squirrel, but I forgot to look for the squirrel. Squirrel looked like she had a lot on her plate. %100%. $12:33 p.m. on September 27th, 2024. Stream notes for ARK.14204.071823. Timestamp 11706. Back to the Future logo. I'm assuming I transcribed this part word for word last time. Don't be a hero. Don't be a know-it-all. Timestamp 11834. Aside from the fact that all possibilities isn't God, God is a character in a book. A great picture paint for collapsing the wave, or the everybody thinks God is a man. Everybody thinks God is a dude. Everybody thinks God is a guy. Even if you don't believe in God, you think God is a guy. So when you die, you think it's no big deal. Like thinking that if you went to a strip club, there would be strippers. Wait, I thought the first man was a woman. But when you think God is a dude, you automatically think he doesn't wear a dress or lipstick, or you automatically think he likes to bet on sports. When you think God is a dude, you think he has a beard. You think his voice sounds a certain way. When you think God is a masculine man, then you've already done a couple of things. You've reduced all possibilities to a fictitious character, then said the fictitious character is 100% masculine. And then where's God's wife? Where's God's wife? If God is a dude, then where's his other half? That's what I didn't understand when I was a kid. If God's by himself, then why do we need to get married? Why do we need to have Valentine's Day? Or where's God's wife? Why can't the priests get married? Or where's God's wife? If God is a dude, God deserves a wife. His other half, his feminine side. Anyway, that was just a pet metaphor for the fact that God, the Word, is a character that attempts to act as a he's not here right now, but I can take that package on his behalf. He's not here right now, but but he left me with the keys to the staple machine. The word God is kind of like a guy that's guarding the door of all possibilities and promises that all possibilities is on the other side of that door and that they can sense everything going on in that room. So just thinking that God is the word God is the problem. It's okay to have a pet name for that or for a significant other. It's okay to have a nickname for a coworker. It's okay to have a nickname for a stranger that you see at the laundromat every week. You don't have to tell them. They know they have a nickname for you as well. So fucking what? Somebody made a nickname for the way that they understood all possibilities and then said everybody else had to love it. Big deal. Names change, minds change. More post-it notes. Oh wait, wrong color. Oh well. Oh yeah, right color. Thinking too far ahead. It's a squirrel. Tell the birds you're there, Wally. Get on the sill. What do you want me to do? Get you a chair over there? I got the chair right there. You want me to put the chair over there? You want a chair? Hey, that's just for you. Hey, get back there and get in your chair. Get back there and get in your chair. Go on. Go back there and get in your chair. I got you. Got the chair for you. Now you can look in the window. I got the chair for you. Blow you back for a lot of trouble to get that chair for you. Well, you best appreciate it. Come on. Give the chair a sit. Give the chair a sit, Wally. Come on. I'm closing the window. You're a little sneaky boy. Wally, what would you have? What's up in there? Oh, I see. Now you want to go to this window? Wow. Look, I'm getting the charcoal too. Fire done. My cat got his claw stuck in the screen trying to get something, presumably a bug. And it would not come unstuck. And I pulled and I pulled him. Eventually, I just had to pull it out while trying to hold him. Big old fat nail. Yellow and cracked in the sun. Holding on to that screen for dear life. Or maybe it was a bird. I don't know why he was bad at a bug. Anyway, right after Sheldon appeared on the screen above the window, Sheldon was shaped like a shield. Oh, that bug was too small, Wally. Why is there no bottle deposit on milk jugs? Why is there no bottle deposit on hood, light block technology, gallon milk jugs? No deposit on Oakhurst jugs. Must be grandfathered into the farm. Try being a small dairy farmer. It'll work great. I promise. $13.22 in the afternoon on September 27th, 2024. What if they think, whoever they are, that the whole point of the system is so that everybody doesn't have to have their own cow in order to have milk. But what if everybody did have their own cow, but they didn't have to milk the cow? Someone came to their home and milked their cow and then gave them the milk that they got from the cow and then bartered the labor for some of the milk or for some other item. What if the person that milked the cow took half and then you could do what you wanted with the other half? And then what if nobody felt like milking their cows? So they all paid the same two guys to milk their cows. So the same two guys were left with dozens of jugs full of milk and they couldn't drink it all. And they worked hard to get it. Is that how the neckbeard caveman justify charging money? How about if you didn't need that much milk, then you shouldn't have milked all those cows? Or if you did, you could have just not taken the fee. You could have given the other person all the milk. And then, even then, you could have just only given half the people their own milk instead of charging the 50% fee. And then you could try to find things to make with the milk that you could give away, whether you could trade or barter. Or you could encourage people that have cows to use the milk for something and then make their fee be a piece of the pie or the cake that they make with the milk that they didn't take for their fee. Like they could have a little tally where they gave up their fee of half the milk 3 times, and that's equal to half of a blueberry pie. And then everybody could come up with silly fun games. Favors for favors. No more washing spiders down the plug hole. A beetle shaped like a shield. One day I pointed Sheldon out to somebody and they flicked him with prejudice. I feared Sheldon wouldn't come back. Okay, so if the purpose of fiat, if the purpose of currency is to expedite the exchange of asset and influence, or to officiate the transfer of goods and services, then I have to say, Office Space Guy, why couldn't the customers just give the specs directly to the not squirrely guy that's a people person? Why do we need a piece of paper or a 0 and 1 on a digital ledger to oversee and ordain and give permission and officiate and legitimize the exchange of asset and influence? Because otherwise, you might only need a half a bottle of milk, but the guy might have milked a whole bottle, and then there might be waste. So that's why we need nickels and dimes and fun size packs. At one point, using a horse drawn carriage to get around was easier than using a car, even after cars existed. There was a significant period of time when cars weren't mainstream, when roads were designed for horses and for people, for feet. Roads used to be designed for feet, and then something else got popular, and then they started designing roads for non-feet to compel everybody to not walk. I was just going over a point about with another individual yesterday about how, or maybe it was the day before, how schedules are designed a certain way. Yeah. Scheduling at workplaces is unnecessarily complicated for specific reasons that were made quite apparent when I discussed it with another individual. And I tried to think of a solution. And the solution that was mentioned was that if you wanted to figure out a good schedule for all workers at a job place, you could just talk to them all and figure out what works best for all of them by having a meeting and comparing everybody's needs and wants and making sure that they have a schedule that everybody can tolerate that helps accommodate at least some of the things that they want to do outside of work. And then they could just stick to that schedule all the time. And if somebody new came in, they might get stuck with the person that just left schedule. So when someone applies for the job, they would have to know that that was the exact schedule set in stone. And one schedule might be more popular than another schedule. This is going in another direction. So that would mean the purpose of having rotating schedules and having to make a new schedule every week would be to prevent there being a preferred schedule. Because then they would have to worry about nepotism. Because the moral of the story is that they have to make the schedule look like it's random and arbitrary so that they can engage in nepotism. Because they're still deciding, when they do the schedule, they're deciding where to put Tim and where to put Kyle, because Tim and Kyle don't get along. Like the desk seating chart in a classroom in a school. It's the same thing at work. So the problem is communication and kindness. If we just forced all employees to abide by the um, employment contract, which is to communicate and be kind, then everybody could just have a meeting and make sure that the schedule worked for them. But because the schedule's random, they can still engage in favoritism, but they can say, I'm sorry, call me Miss Cleo. The cards don't lie. That's just the way the chips fell this week. So fake nature randomness in the schedule that your manager or supervisor makes has baked in options for nepotism when they need it. So it's a way to have their cake and eat it too, because the other option would be to explain why their buddy um, gets to have time off so they can both go down to Boston and see the Red Sox play. And it's on the other person's birthday, and they asked for the time off 6 months ago, and now they're short staffed, and someone else, the boss made some other person tell them that they no longer could have that time off that they had already been given off, so that their boss can go to the Red Sox game with their coworker because they're buddies. And then there's just nothing you can do about it because they blame it on the schedule or something. They say that there must have been a conflict when they put it in the computer, and now there's nothing they can do. They can't reverse it. Whoops. What happened to the present genre? I think the moral was that people justify making things increasingly, significantly not fair on purpose, because they say if they made things fair, that people would whine and cry, and it would create a bunch of headaches and heartaches and have to have a bunch of little miniature meetings. So they say they have to make it be terrible for everybody. And that way everybody will complain. As long as there isn't one person happy or two-person happy, as long as there isn't a certain percentage happy, as long as everybody's unhappy, then it doesn't look like nepotism is being engaged in. So what? So what if you saw a stork in the spring and you made the letter S and it reminds you of a stork and it was in the spring? So what? Who gives a shit? How does that give the letter S a magical power? Why doesn't that give the stork magical power? Or the earthworm? The only thing that gives S magical power is two things. A fuck ton, a shit ton, a butt ton of people know the letter S. And then a bunch of neckbeard cavemen know what the letter S really means. Yeah. Sport itself, or religion itself, is the father. And then all the different religions and all the different sports are the children, are the sons. So the word God is a metaphorical son of all possibilities. So God can't be God. The word God can't be all possibilities. But you think it's just semantics. You know that. You know God refers to whatever it is. But the people that made the word God don't care. They still think the word God refers to EL. They think the word God refers to Euclid. Good old Wilbur Euclid. Aw, Poor Wilbur. So when you say you believe in God, it sort of matters that you think that you're referring to all possibilities. And it sort of matters that some other people think that you aren't really sure what it refers to, but that you're sort of picturing God with a white beard, or God being a man, or that when you picture God, you think about events depicted in the Bible when God talked to people or interacted with people, and you think about the ways that you would characterize the character God in the Bible, and the way that the character in the Bible acted that was called God. You attribute that to like hurricanes, and whether or not you get asked out to the prom or get hired for the job. So even if everybody started saying, I believe in all possibilities, eventually the phrase all possibilities would become just as wrong in the future as the word God is now, which is kind of familiar to the quote, anytime we create a thought, it has an expiration date. So what happened was when someone gets cancer, is cells in their body forget to die. They mutate and they forget to die. What would cause them to forget to die? Because they were afraid of death. Why would the little cells in our body be mimicking our thoughts and feelings? Anytime we create a thought, it has an expiration date. So that means the word God had an expiration date. There's Sheldon.
Hey, Sheldon.
Hey, Sheldon. Such a nice one. It's really loud out there. Are they going to be done anytime soon? This noise is just not really good for the. It doesn't matter. Good old Sheldon. Gosh, guy's bigger than a nickel. And his antennas alone, his what do you call it, trough with, is about a dime. It's a dime between the tips of his antennas. Okay, Sheldon, are you Carmen? Are you Chandler? Are you Rose? You're not Rose, are you? Barely knows I'm talking to. I mean, the insect might not know I'm talking to. The spirit would. Is there a spirit shouting inside you right now? Saying, come on, dude, move your arm. When did this thing stop listening? Anyway, if the word God had an expiration date, then clearly it's spoiled now. So if we keep using it, it's kind of like Weekend at Bernie's. So they just have to keep dressing up that old corpse to make sure everyone knows it's still alive. But that goes back to the names. Why can't we have a different name for every day of the week? Why can't we change our name every year? And why would the government have a vested interest in keeping track of the names of everything and counting everything? If not solely for the purpose of making money and dictating control over resources in order to maintain control over interests and well-being of persons on earth. Boring. Oh yeah. So somebody created the concept of performing a physical activity that involving points and rules and boundaries. Physical activity involving points and rules and boundaries sounds like work. The points is the money. The rules is you got to come to work showered and dressed. And the boundaries is you have to stay at the workplace for 8 hours. So sport is another way of saying practice for work. And religion is just another way of saying if you're not sure how to go pee or have sex, then they'll teach you how to go pee or have sex so that you don't do it wrong. So people can come up with all sorts of different ways to do physical activities that involve rules and points and boundaries. And people have all sorts of wild theories on how to go pee and have sex so that you don't make God angry. But why do we even have to have physical activities that involve points and rules and boundaries? And why do we have to muse about a hypothetical concept that has sentience silently judging us for various behaviors that we do or don't do? Question mark. The problem is that the persons that understand the concept of sport itself or the concept of religion itself can manipulate the sports within it or the religions within it. Like a CEO of a corporation deciding whether or not Amazon workers have to piss in jars because if they have a bathroom break, they won't make their quotas and they'll be fired and replaced with somebody else that knows not to drink any liquids and to die from dehydration. Like an Amazon warehouse is basically first floor only because they know they've learned the lessons from the Foxconn. So the Amazon warehouse is just one floor because they know they don't want anybody committing um, the ultimate injury. So the Bible talking about people living for 300 years was just talking about when like a Joseph or Mary or Jacob or an idea or a Callahan name or a dude that sold milk and he dyed it blue so that you'd know it was his and it tasted really good and he didn't add anything else to it, just the blue dye, and it made it taste a little funny, but he swears he got all of the blueberry out of it and it's just the dye and it's just a little bit. So then he got to be remembered as the blue milk guy because he wanted to distinguish his milk from other people's milk in case something went right or wrong. So the blue milk guy could teach his wife and kids how to make the blue milk, and they might do it for a couple of generations and then sell the business to somebody else, and they might decide that they're not going to do the blue part anymore, but they're still going to sell the milk and use the equipment to sell the milk. And then they can still call it the Blue Hill Gang or the Blue Hill this, or they can still call it chock full of nuts coffee if they want, but it doesn't have to be blue milk because the company changed hands. So they just keep selling the word God to different people, thinking that when it changes hands, it becomes new again. They think they can play that game of when you toss the ball and then whoever has it when the music stops loses from Spanish class. Does that work? Question mark. But it doesn't work that way with cancer. I mean, can you just give the cells in your bodies new names and then they have a new life? If your grandfather is getting really old, can you just give him a new name and will he start getting younger like Benjamin Button? I don't think that works, but they didn't give God a new name. They gave God a new ownership. And that's exactly what dying is. When grandpa passes away, the spirit and the mind and the body has to go find another way to get born into this world, which takes time, like 9 months and some. It takes three to tango. So theoretically, John Travolta could go on Pulp Fiction, and the Blue Milk Gang could um, use the milk equipment in their band equipment, and then afterwards they could bring the blue milk back and make it actually blue, and then maybe the company would take off and they could afford to quit being rock stars so that they could milk cows full time and have blue milk for everybody and sell it online in uh, dry ice containers across the globe. It's not a globe. It's spiral arms. But it's still the word God, so you're still tossing around a weekend at Bernie's corpse. You're still Simpsons didn't Lisa's tooth. You're still doing a remake of a remake of a remake. Because why? Because somebody maintained ownership of the intellectual property rights of the word God. The Jesus Company. The Jesus Company did it. So there's somebody that can tell you you're not allowed to use the word God. There's somebody that owns the word God. There's somebody that owns the rights to the word God. And that's why Charlotte's Web was able to be banned. But it's a double standard because they didn't ban My Little Pony or Care Bears. So it's like that movie, The Never Ending Story. They think that Sebastian can just give God a new name, and then there can be a story that A world without end. Amen. But the point that needs to be made is that the fear is that if you just let God go, then somebody else gets to rename all possibilities, and they might do it really bad, or they might do it really good. And either way, it won't be the neckbeard cavemen, and they'll wish that they had kept their power for a couple more 100 years. This is a lot of stupid legwork just to get people to understand semantics and like put like the shoe on the other foot and observe object impermanence and try new things. It seems like a complete waste of time. It seems like a complete waste of time. People will come around eventually anyway. Every action seems pointless when it's ineffectual, and yet things are going to take its course eventually anyway. So there's nothing you can do to stop it, and there's nothing you can do to make it go any faster. It's like a message in a bottle. Just because you can say I'm hungry really loud, and somebody 500 feet away can know that you're hungry, you can still rub your belly. And if they squint, they can still see you rub your belly. Language is not superior. Language is just a catalyst, like every physical form. It's just a catalyst for communication. And communication, in and of itself, is a transition, which kind of means that teaching involves birth, life, and death. Ugh, mainly death. It's hard to teach something over and over again unless you teach it to somebody new. It's hard to learn something over and over again unless you're learning a new way. In the Bible, man means thought, woman means feeling, and black means concealed or hidden, and white means exposed or presented. So you'll notice that there aren't any white-hearted people in literary references, but there's a lot of black-hearted people, and that's because the heart is internal, not because black is supposed to represent evil. It's just black represents internal, and white represents external. Black represents feminine or nurturing, and white represents interjecting or moving forward. So a white knight would be like somebody that has to do the wrong things for the right reasons. Like Dexter on that show Dexter. A wolf in sheep's clothing would be a person that presents themselves as a pacifist, but is secretly a dog eat dog, cutthroat, diehard, competitive narcissist. So theoretically, so theoretically, the Neckbeard caveman views the entire Earth as Dexter's laboratory, and they might have picked an area like Egypt to engage in a certain specific practice, and then the specific landmass might have been named Egypt because of a specific practice that was successful on the landmass. Like people in Sweden are known for making really great chocolate and also those red fish. And France makes good toast and potato wedges. So that's kind of true and kind of hogwash because if you can change your mind, then you can change your body. So if the spirit of Sweden or Denmark or London or France changes their pants, then the physical forms on that region might change their apparent stance. Like if there was Greece in the Little Nice, if there was a cease in the Promised Lease, if there was a gaze and things didn't take a trip. Unfortunately, if you understand you can't teach an old dog new tricks, how does that go back to the other point I was forgetting to make? Something about wanting to keep you in a smaller box so you don't get in the bigger box. As long as the neckbeard caveman reinforce what they already instilled upon the land, then the olives continue to be known and the artichokes continue to be known for the region which they're famous for, even if they're not famous for it. Like, remember that paste pecani sauce where the guy said New York City really loud, and they didn't like the salsa because it was made in New York City. Because people in New York City aren't capable of getting fresh tomatoes from the grocery store and making salsa fresh the way it's supposed to be made. Only that can be done in old El Paso, Texas, in California, in Tennessee, wherever the Texaco Corporation is hosted. So as long as the people continue to have old El Paso pride, they'll continue to grow old El Paso tomatoes, and the citizens will continue to appreciate, enjoy, and think they're benefiting from being associated with salsa in Tennessee or Texas or California or something, or Santa Fe or New Mexico, Arizona tea. What the heck? Arizona tea's not from Arizona? Question mark. Are Boston baked beans not from Boston? So they just toss names around like Boston baked beans or French fries to try to take advantage of, or a land will reinforce the New England Patriots, will reinforce energies or sentiments that they want to stay relevant or dominant in a region with rituals and spells. And everyone thinks they're just being patriotic. Everyone thinks that they're just participating in local um, hometown pride or supporting their elected officials and making the streets safer. Nobody thinks they're playing tricks on themselves. Sheldon's back. Are they all done? Have a great afternoon, Sheldon. Ha, ha, ha. Timestamp 13308. So it's literally like when in Rome, you basically have to accept the fact that when you go to New York, you have to talk like a New Yorker. And when you go to Alaska, you have to talk like an Alaskan. Or maybe you feel compelled to. Or maybe people don't receive you as well if you don't try to at least feign some familiarity with the local culture. Maybe people would be offended. So the workplace problem is that you applied for a pre-existing position. As long as you apply for a brand new position that didn't exist before you got accepted for the position, and you accept a position that only you can do, and you understand that you're a unique individual and no one else is going to do your job exactly the way that you do it, then you can, in your mind, understand and believe that you accepted a very specific job that you do your very specific way. And then when you flip a taco at Taco Bell, you can say, I'm doing my job. And your job is to do it the best way that you can, even if that means asking someone to show you and then still doing it differently. But the other option is you go into a job applying for a position, a pre-existing position that someone else has already done, and then you're attempting to complete a job that somebody else has already done before. So they've already stretched out that vagina. They've already broke in that horse. So you're getting sloppy seconds or thirds or fifths. This job position might have the hottest pants on the street. But the important thing to note is that when you accepted for a job position, you can pretend, which is the same thing as make believe, which is the same thing as having faith, belief, and imagination, and it being a position that only you can do that's destined to be just for you. And if it isn't, then you can just quit. And if it is, then everything should go your way, unless your way is selfish and stupid. But if you think that the job position is a position that already existed, then you're going to feel like you're putting on somebody else's dirty underwear and you're going to want to take them off as soon as you can. And more importantly, you're going to try to flip the taco the way that you're trained to flip the taco. And you're going to focus more on doing things the way you're supposed to do them rather than whether or not you're doing things the most efficient way that makes the most sense to you. And in the end, that's dangerous because when you do things the most sensible way that is the most logical to you, oftentimes you'll be corrected by your supervisor or manager because they've already had people that try to do things the right way and they already know that the right way is the wrong way. The only right way is the wrong way. The wrong way is the right way. So when you tell your manager or supervisor, fuck you, I'm going to do it the way that makes the most sense to me. And if you don't like it, you can fire my ass. Then they just scoff and laugh and say, well, we'll see about that. And then they think that they can intimidate you into thinking that they're going to talk to your manager's manager and they're going to have a talk with you and correct you. And then the talk never comes. And you just move on and continue being yourself. But the stern speaking to is supposed to nip it in the bud. And when it doesn't, you can just be yourself. And then you can stay at your job flipping the tacos the way you want to. And then it will feel better to do the job. You can make the job your own. And then you can go get a better job. But when you view the job as a pre existing position, you're viewing it as that dirty underwear, as that pre existing character, that pre existing Mary, Joseph, Jesus character. And then it comes with all the baggage of the previous handlers of that rescue dog. And you perceive that in the job position when you accept it. You perceive that it's damaged goods. You perceive that it's been hurt before. Instead of perceiving it as a brand new day. But when you personify a job position as something one way or the other way, but if you personify it as something that appears when you take it and disappears when you leave it, then you know that no one else can fill that void. They can call the job position the same, but no one can flip the taco quite like you. And they'll miss you when you're gone. and they better have a going away party for you when you give your 2 weeks notice. But all you have to do is 2 weeks notice. But all you have to do is make it your own. And there's so many people that just clock in and clock out and say this is just a job. And you're not supposed to put UPS man at the center of your dot. You're supposed to put your individuality at the center of your, as the dot at the center of your circle. And UPS man is supposed to be just the flavor of the week that's keeping that boat afloat that is your individuality, like a friend that's staying with you indefinitely, that they might leave at one point and another friend might come along. Sometimes there might be 2 or 3 friends or no friends, but you're not worried about it because the dot at the center of your circle is your individuality and not UPS man. Everything is internal, external, simultaneous. So if you don't have those moments where you allow yourself to express your individuality, it's the same as if you thought that you could continue breathing by only breathing out. When you don't express your individuality intermittently all the time, in between when you're acting out characters or doing things like getting a spoon to eat a bowl of cereal, if you don't actively all the time express your individuality, it's like trying to breathe out all the time and never breathing in. End stream notes for ARK.142044. 071823. My stomach. Maybe I'll be back on. One 4204. No, hit the back button and didn't have the memory. Got scrolled down again. No, there was a 14201. Oh, Wally. It's ridiculous. You little. It's a tough one to lie. Timestamp 1522 of ARK.20904.071923. If you think that you finally got the hang of something, well, you were in the energy of looking or in search of, then you might think in black and white and think that there's just people that are looking and people that have found. So you might manifest a lot of people that you might inadvertently manifest a lot of people that are looking and not very many people that are found, which might be counterproductive because once you were looking and then you were found, you want to keep learning more and getting smarter. But if you keep focusing on the fact that you found it while you were looking, then you might end up manifesting a bunch of people that need to be taught what you already learned, and you might not manifest any people in your life that can teach you anything new. Just like spider. Have a great day, little itty bitty spider. Little jump spider. Have a great day, little itty bitty jump spider. Oh, Molly. That's it. Stay safe. Stay dangerous.